Hidden amongst the rolling Black Hills in South Dakota is a team that has been lurking in the shadows since the end of May. But over the last few weeks, the Beast has awoken and is hunting for the top spot in the Independence League. But standing in its way is a team that has defended the lead since day one. Tonight starts the biggest series of the first half, and the winner very well may punch their ticket to the playoffs. The first place Hastings Sodbusters roll into Spearfish to battle the second place Sasquatch live from Black Hills Energy Stadium in beautiful Spearfish, South Dakota. As we welcome you into the press box, I'm AJ Reister. Our producer, director, and color commentator, Aiden Wirtz, is to my right. Aiden, we have a heck of a series in front of us. The Sodbusters swept the Sasquatch to open up the season, but this team here in Spearfish is completely different compared to week one.
That it is. And the series is different. We're back at home. It's a totally different atmosphere. We got a doubleheader tomorrow to make up for the wet conditions. Of course, like father, like son, like Hastings, like Spearfish. It's no different. We got more rain. We got more dark clouds, but we got more bright spirits up here in the press box. AJ, totally different team. Head coach is in. I think the bullpen's gotten deeper. You look at a guy like Hoppy who's going to be on the mound today. Pitched pretty well against him last time. I think the energy in this ballpark is really, really solid, and they've been meshing really well lately.
They really have been. They've been on a hot streak. You talked about the bullpen. They struck out 21 batters in those 3 games here at home against Oahe. That bullpen has been one of the best in the Independence League. They also have some of the best offensive players in the league. Starting at first base with Kyle Finn. He leads the league in home runs, slugging percentage, OPS. You just go one position to his left. Peyton Fort leads the league in hits and doubles. This offense has been rolling as of recently, and it's been a big plug-and-play offense. We have 3 catchers. Carson Rather gets the start tonight. Sam Kwapnoski slides back into right field. Him and Ethan Mooser have been sharing time out there. The depth is insane on this team. Now, that's going to change here over the next week with a lot of guys going back to college. But the depth on offense, the depth in the bullpen has been immaculate these last few weeks, and it's why they are in this spot, only 2 games back of the Sodbusters.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're getting on our way here right now, so I'm going to flip the cameras over, but great points by AJ. See you guys in a bit.
Caleb Hoppy starts things off on the mound. He'll be leading things off against Christian Loera. First pitch to Loera is outside for a ball. Hoppy just finished up his first season at Dakota State. Did not get to pitch too much. He had to redshirt his first year due to having Tommy John after his senior year of high school. This one is pulled foul. He was the count 1-1. Originally from Belgrade, Montana. Has a fastball around 87 to 89, a curveball, a slider, a 2-seam fastball, and a changeup. He did appear in 5 games this last spring, throwing just 8 innings and allowing just 8 runs, 4 walks, struck out 6. But again, coming off Tommy John, just trying to get healthy that first year out at Dakota State. The 2-1. Upstairs for ball 3. Let's take a look at the rest of the defense behind Hoppy in outfield. It's Aaron Niels, Lucas Torelli, and Sam Kwapnoski going left to right. On the infield, it's Nick Work, Ben Foyer, Peyton Fort, and Kyle Finn. And behind the dish is Carson Rather. The 3-1. Called a strike at the top of the zone, and Hoppy's worked a full count.
And AJ, you talked about Hoppy and his Tommy John. We spoke about a week and a half ago, and he mentioned that he kind of had to relearn how to throw, maybe at a different angle or whatever it is, but it's a harder time in his life, especially with that surgery. So he's playing pretty well lately.
The 3-2. Grounded right side, but it'll go foul. He did pitch, as we said, in the first Hastings series down there. He threw 4 innings, allowed just 2 hits, 2 runs. One of them was earned, walked 4, but struck out 6. And a really good first outing for Hoppy, who that was his first start since high school. And ever since then, he's been pretty solid. Started against the Fremont Moo at home and then pitched against Oahe last week on the road. Ground ball back to the pitcher, past Hoppy. Fort charging, picks it up barehanded, but the runner will be safe at first. An infield single for Christian Loera as Fort couldn't pick it up deep in the grass.
Yeah, and I mean, no matter what type of grass is out there or what cut length it's at, you get a little bit of rain and everything starts rolling a little bit slower there. We're only going to have 2 angles for you guys today here on the broadcast, one in center, one back here in the press box. Of course, we've had some rain, so we don't want to risk too many cameras, going out of business because the budget is not anything special. Of course, we work with what we can, so hopefully this will suffice for you guys to have a couple of voices and cameras up here. I also will be intermittently eating a pretzel, so if you don't hear me for a little while, I'm munching on some good gluten and salt here.
The rain delay calls for some food. I've got a box of popcorn that I'll be munching on between innings. Squares the bunt, pulls back. It's low for ball 2. It is Drew Vega at the plate, the freshman from Darnell, Arizona, attends Arkansas Tech. In his first year there, hit .222 in 22 appearances, had 4 hits and 18 at-bats. Did have 1 double and RBI. Gets away from Rather. He can't find it. It's in front of the dugout. Loera around second, legging for third, and he'll get there. A costly pass ball that moves Loera from first to third. And that one just snuck between the 5-hole of Rather. And Hoppy's behind in the count, 3-0.
Yeah, AJ, it's tough when you got 3 different catchers who kind of have all different skill sets at times. Gio's pretty good with the hitting. I know Michelson's been just a cannon from behind the plate, too, getting runners out.
The 3-0. Finds the strike zone, it's 3-1. Vega this season for the Sodbusters, hitting .210. 10 RBIs, 4 walks, and 8 stolen bases. A lot of speed right now at the plate. 3-1. Hoppy comes set. Kicks and fires. Ground ball left side. Foyer charging. Gets around it. Fires across the diamond high, but Finn stretches out for out number 1. Loera does come in to score for the Sodbusters, and they strike first.
Yeah, unfortunate to give up that run right there, but obviously that play is not made by a couple other different first basemen. Finn's got some massive height over there on the bag and did a really nice job just kind of elevating himself there.
I mean, you said it. He's a big frame over there at first. It's hard to miss him. Kyle Finn standing at 6'7", 225 pounds.
Yep, in my dreams.
Mine too. Here's Jaden. As this one's line foul. Jaden Shabry digs in from Boulder Creek, California.
The beer batter tonight. Sorry, I was just hearing the song over there. Jaden, Jaden, Jaden. So, strike out here and a couple bucks off beer for the fans in attendance.
Here's the 0-1. Pulled foul, and he's behind 0-2. Always the favorite.
Oh, yeah.
Whenever whoever the beer batter is for the opposing team, there always seems to be a couple of extra cheers and claps for whoever is elected to be the beer batter. Nobody on and 1 gone here. The 0-2. Fouled away again.
Jaden, Jaden, Jaden. No. Yeah, definitely not afraid to swing here. The Sodbusters aren't, but Hoppy's putting this ball right in the zone. Hopefully he can get a strikeout here.
Yeah, big goal for him today is to cut down on the free bases.
Yep.
His last time out, he walked 6. There's strike 3, and Hoppy picks up out number 2. And one of the Rapid City Rush mascot took my popcorn. Thanks for giving it back, bud.
Thanks, Nugget. That's pretty funny. That's awesome.
I got distracted on the strikeout because my popcorn was taken away from me.
By one bowl. Mascot day here in the park. That's why.
Yeah.
A couple different mascots walking around and apparently like to steal some popcorn. So
I guess so. Everyone's hungry after the rain delay.
Tell me about it. Just contemplated a burger, but my pockets are hurting a little bit. So
I feel that.
It was pretzel and cheese for me.
Here is Ryan Jarvis, a sophomore from Macomb, Michigan. Attends Saginaw Valley State. Hitting .271 this season. The 1-0. Finds the outside corner, evens the count. Jarvis has 10 RBIs, 15 walks, 3 stolen bases. And if you look at just the stats alone from Hastings, they like to run a lot.
Yeah, they do. They
aren't afraid to use the small ball. This one's lined to center. It'll sneak through for a base hit. And in summer ball, it's typically a chance for guys to really get their swing down, maybe stat pad a little bit before going back to school.
Yeah.
But Hastings, they want to win. And they're not afraid to sacrifice, steal bags, put down a few bunts. And for some of the guys, that is one of their big goals. I know talking with Karsten Hansen, he's not in the lineup today, but it was surprising when I asked him what some of his goals are. He said, I want to get better at bunting. Because once you get good at bunting, you can open up other parts of the field. And he wants to add that to his game. So when he does hit his home runs, it backs up the infield, and he's able to put down a bunt and counts for a base hit.
Absolutely.
Here is Brock Cross. Can't quite find the zone. It evens the count 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, you get good at laying that ball down, just kind of dribbling it down the baseline. Opens up a whole new realm of possibilities for you at the plate.
1-1. Strike two.
AJ, check this out. I knew a kid in Little League, and he was a righty, but his dad wanted him to start bunting lefty because he get a little jump down the first baseline.
Yep.
So he started trying to bunt lefty and eventually got down pretty well, and he'd bat righty, but if he wanted to bunt, he'd bunt lefty. Everybody knew what he was going to do,
Yeah.
obviously.
But if it was good enough, then he could beat it out.
Exactly.
The 1-2. Tapper to the left side goes foul. And we'll do it again, 1-2. Cross wearing number 23 for the Sodbusters, a freshman from Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Just finished up his senior year at high school and is committed to Washington State. Going to go play some Division I baseball.
All right, yeah, shout out Gardner Minshew.
True. Back
Random.
in the old Pac-12.
Right.
Throw over to first, not in time. And Washington State's still in the Pac-12, aren't they?
They might, Pac-2 or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
I can't
They're trying to build it back up.
You know what? I should know this, but honestly, I haven't been following much of that division anymore. Because now,
who has been?
You and I are both Iowa. Now we got instead of the Big 10, it's the Big 20.
Yeah. 1-2. Breaking ball popped up to the right side. Finn in foul territory will make the catch for out number 3. The Sodbusters able to drive in Loera after the pass ball advances him from first to third, and then Vega drives him in. That's all the damage they can do. Hoppy picks up a K. It's 1-0 Sodbusters as we head to the bottom of the first.
Measured in miles of uncontrollable laughter, comfortable silence, and new memories. And for 50 years, Super 8 has been there for wherever your journey takes you. So when the open road calls for a good night's rest, you can depend on Super 8's modern rooms at over 2,000 locations. Plus, earn Wyndham Rewards points for every stay. Super 8, one of 24 trusted brands by Wyndham. See you on the road.
We'll battle the Sodbusters at 6:05 this Tuesday for Mascot Night. Catch the Spearfish Sasquatch all summer long on YouTube or catch the game live at the ballpark. The Squatch will battle the Sodbusters at 6:05 this Tuesday for Mascot Night, presented by Great Western Tire. The series will continue on Wednesday for Park in the Park Night and Thursday for Nerf Night. Get your tickets and learn more about all the great theme nights at SpearfishSasquatch.com. Lucas Torelli to lead things off here for the Squatch as they trail by 1 in the bottom of the first. To follow him, it'll be Carson Rather, Kyle Finn. Heart of the order is Aaron Neals, Sam Kwapnowski, Jordan Bowman. And rounding out the starting 9 is Peyton Fort, Ben Foyer, and Nick Work. Starting on the mound for the Hastings Sodbusters is Ethan Marshall, a freshman from Martell, Michigan, attends Saginaw Valley State, making his 4th appearance of the year. He's thrown 18, has allowed 5 runs, 3 of them earned, as Torelli lifts this one out high and deep to right center, going back, and it bounces off the wall. Torelli will coast into second with a leadoff double. That's a good way to start things off for the Squatch on offense.
Great piece of hitting right there, and obviously, I think it's a pretty well-known and scientific studied fact that the more hair you have flowing out of your helmet, the more power and the more swiftly you just cruise the base paths.
True.
Yep. Helmet flies off a little bit. Lettuce still stays. Love it. Good stuff from Torelli.
That is Torelli's 3rd double of the season and back-to-back games with an extra base hit. Here is Carson Rather, the starting catcher tonight for the Squatch. A freshman from Goodrich, Michigan, attends Miami University of Ohio. Making just his 4th appearance of the year. This one gets by the catcher, Jude Greaves, and Torelli advances 90 feet.
Take that.
And just like that, the Squatch have the tying run 90 feet away. Now, Rather didn't get a whole lot of playing time at Miami of Ohio as a freshman, appeared in just 9 games. Did collect 1 hit in 9 at-bats, scored 3 times, and his 1 hit was a double.
Let's have another one here. That'd be nice.
Be very nice. The lefty comes set. The 1-0. Fouled straight back. Infield is in, trying to gun down Torelli at the plate.
AJ, you had Wilson Kiefer on the microphone the other day up in the press box. Him and Rather were pretty good, pretty solid teammates on the pool table. I tell you, pool sharks, man, don't play them for money.
Yeah, got to be careful with those two with a pool stick in their hand. 1-2 upstairs. And big news for Wilson, just got cleared today.
Yes, yeah.
He's going to be playing next week. Thought that he might be out for at least another week or two after he stepped on the bag funny last time the Squatch were here. But big news for him that he'll be back in the lineup next week, and a big bat and an even better glove for the Squatch, especially with a lot of these guys going to be leaving here pretty soon. Peyton Fort, Nick Work, just a couple of the guys that are playing one of their final series in front of this crowd. The 3-2 misses low for ball 4, and Rather works a walk.
Some nice eyes right there for Rather, putting runners on the corners right here. And one of the biggest bats in the league. Well, actually, absolutely one of the biggest bats in the league, the biggest slugging bat in the league, and on this team for sure, Kyle Finn.
And just listen to these numbers. Has a .409 average with a .481 on base, already pretty good. But has a .773 slug with a .1253 OPS.
Gross.
Absolutely disgusting.
That's gross.
4 home runs, 4 doubles, 15 runs batted in, and this one is belted deep to left field. He'll watch it fly way out of here, and the Squatch take the lead.
So they tell you about the announcer's curse that's bad. How about the announcer's curse that's good? How about talking about his slugging, and here comes Kyle Finn to get 4 more bags and a 5th home run this season.
You said it, home run number 5, and his 3rd just this week. He hit 2 against Oahe, and Kyle Finn is on a tear like no other.
Listen, I don't know what's in the Gatorade. Okay, I got a water here. I'm pretty hydrated. But give me whatever's in that stuff. I'm not playing baseball anytime soon, but we've been playing spike ball and pickleball. A little help in the body wouldn't hurt too much. So give me some Kyle Finn juice.
That's exactly what everybody needs to be drinking right now, is whatever the heck is in his water bottle. Here is Aaron Neals looking to follow up and keep this rally going for the Squatch, as that was a 3-run home run, so they take a 3-1 lead after Carson Rather walked. Neal's making his 6th appearance of the year. Got hurt last week against Oahe. Actually, it was earlier this last week against Oahe, and he ropes this one foul. He hit the bag. He hit the first base bag on a bunt, a little funny, and tweaked his hamstring. Thought he'd be out for about a week, but coming back a few days earlier than he thought and back in the starting lineup. Another Tapper foul. Stays alive 1-2. Hitting .286 this season with a .360 on base, and he's also got some pretty good power, a .429 slug. He has 1 home run and just 5 games this year for the Squatch. Big hack and a miss, but he goes down swinging.
Yeah, it's always good when you get a guy back from injury, just kind of rounding out your team.
And provides a little bit of extra depth there in the outfield with.
Really does.
Especially with Isaac Martinez going down last week when he tried to run through the left field fence. He's doing all right, though.
Valiant effort.
Very valiant.
Putting a hole through that cedar out there.
Not easy to do.
No, not easy. And I will not be trying it, quite frankly.
Well, and he even said it himself. He ran into it pretty weird.
He did.
Because he leapt up for it and thought he was closer to the wall and was planning on hitting it with his back.
Right.
But missed it, and he almost hit it with his butt.
And then his head hit, Yeah,
and then folded forward.
No fun.
A little bit of whiplash in there, too.
Yeah, no fun.
Said he doesn't actually remember the play, but he's doing all right now. Strike on the outside corner for Kwapnoski in a full count. He's hitting .333 this year. He has a couple of home runs. Those came last week on the road against Oahe. The 3-2. Fouled away. Now it's down in the dugout, hanging out, talking to some of the guys, and heard Justice Scott talking to Sam about trying not to pull the ball here against lefties. Now Hastings has a lot of lefties in their bullpen, and they're going to try to work them inside. So trying to push it the other way, not be forced to pull anything is going to be the key here, especially for the lefty hitters.
It's a great point. It's a really good point, because Sam's a very powerful lefty hitter, and when he gets a hold of one, it can go a long way. But, again, you're putting the ball in the outside corner as a lefty pitcher. You try to pull that as a batter, you're probably just going to roll over it half the time, more than half the time.
Especially with how much Sam's been itching to get a home run in this home series. He's been overextending his front arm a lot. And it's been tough for him to actually get a hold of a ball and pull it somewhere because he might be pulling his head a little bit too.
Right.
So just trying to slow things down and work the other way, and that power will come. And he's got plenty of power. It's just not trying to force it is the big key for him.
Right.
Here's Jordan Bowman, two-way superstar. Pops it up. He's back in the lineup, DHing tonight. He pitched just a few days ago against the Zap. Hitting .143 this year. Has 1 double, 3 RBIs, 5 runs scored. Behind the count, 1-2. Upstairs. His pitching stats have been going down as the year has gone on. Went 4 innings against the Zap in his start. Allowed 3 runs but struck out 5. And that was his season high. Right now at the plate. And this one is cranked to deep left. Second home run of the inning for the Squatch. Jordan Bowman hammers his first of the year.
Pitching numbers down. Who cares? Ball going up. 5-1 Squatch. 2 homers in the first inning. There's some power in these bats. Don't check for corks. We're not Sammy Sosa out here, I promise. Good stuff. We're getting high fives in the press box right now from the other interns.
Don't let them get hot. A completely different start from the beginning of the year. The Busters swept the Sasquatch in the first series, and already Spearfish out to a 5-1 lead. You could feel the tension coming into this series, how much the Squatch wanted this one, especially with first place on the line, and already 2 home runs, 5 on the scoreboard, and they lead it by 4. And we haven't even gotten to the league leader in hits, as Peyton Fort is coming to the plate after this meeting.
Great stuff, AJ. Great stuff. Of course, you just mentioned a second ago, Scott was saying don't try pulling if you're a lefty on lefties. But for Bowman, righty. For Finn, righty. Yeah. Why not? Pull the heck out of it.
Yeah, go ahead and pull that sucker. And right now the Squatch are scorching hot. 5-1 on 3 hits. And only 1 out on the board. And Peyton Fort coming to the plate. He is hitting .387. But as of late, his last 11 games, he's hitting .519 with 8 doubles and 13 RBIs over his last 11 games. Went out to a cold streak, but ever since May 31st against the Prospects, he has been the best hitter in the Independence League. Here's a chop to the right side just over the first base bag, and Ryan Jarvis picks it up for out number 2.
Tried to have a little first pitch swinging mentality right there. Follow up on what past couple of guys just did to that baseball.
Here's Ben Foyer. Had a triple in the last game against the Zap. That was on Sunday. His third extra base hit of the season, his first triple. Hitting .258, the sophomore from Houston, Texas. Attends Southwestern University. Had a pretty solid year. Starting in all 40 games as a sophomore. Hit .228. That one's fouled away. The 1-2. Flipped out to right. Harrell back. He'll make the catch for out number 3, but not before the Squatch hang 5 in the first inning and take a 4-run lead after a 3-run shot from Kyle Finn, and Jordan Bowman followed it up with a 2-run home run, and the Squatch lead it 5-1.
Higher, faster, farther, going in new directions to new places. At Monument Health, we keep going so you can keep going. We're dedicated to advanced orthopedic care with the latest innovations, technology, expertise, and treatment. So keep exploring, keep making memories, keep going with Monument Health as your partner. Learn more at monument.health/orthopedics.
Unlike anything I've ever experienced.
Spot On has greatly reduced the time our managers spend on scheduling. The biggest advantage is its tip management. At a touch of a button, it instantly allocates tip pooling and tip splitting.
Our employees love it that as soon as we've done the tip distribution, they can see what they made yesterday. It's real straightforward. What you see is what you get, and that's what you want working in a restaurant. And with Spot On, you've got everything there at the tip of your fingers.
Five-one Squatch after just 1 inning. 2 home runs from the guys in blue, and they lead it by 4. AJ Reister now joined by Chase Scott. Chase, a quick start for you guys down there. 2 home runs in that first inning. Finn's been red hot. He's now hit 5 home runs, but Jordan Bowman gets his first. I mean, the vibes have got to be off the charts right now.
Yeah, it's awesome in the dugout. We're all happy for Bo, watching him kind of break out of it a little bit and hit the crap out of the ball. It's fun to watch. I mean, both him and Finn, great swings on it. Bo having a little battle there at the end with the 2 strikes and still being able to do a job right there. It's great to watch.
Here is Zane Wilson. He lifts this one out to left, kneels over, makes the catch for out number 1. Now, have either of them said anything about what they're seeing? Because it looks like you guys are really teeing off of Ethan Marshall so far.
Yeah, I mean, not really. I mean, I know Bo saw him the first series off of him, and, that's the first time Finn's seen him. Even Luke having a great swing to lead it off right there. I mean, they're seeing the ball real good. We all seen the ball real good the past couple of games.
And you guys have been on one of the hottest streaks of the season. As this one's popped up to shallow center. Fort going out, calling for it. Still backpedaling and makes the catch over his shoulder for out number 2. But what has led to this surge here, not just from the offense? We've seen the offensive numbers climb, but also the bullpen seems to be on an unreal tear right now.
I mean, we're just firing at all cylinders right now, AJ. I mean, it's great to watch. We just think a big part of it was getting all our pieces together and then even just all getting hot at the same exact time, which is unbelievable to watch. And when the whole team gets hot like that, it's hard to cool down.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing when one guy gets hot, when one pitcher is hot, but when there are no holes in a starting lineup, when there are no holes in your bullpen, you can feel like you can go to anybody. That's when you start to feel like you have playoff caliber stuff.
Yeah, and especially coming in with guys off the bench too. I mean, our not everyday starters are hot too, so it's no matter who you put in the lineup's going to swing it, and you know they're going to have great at bats that day.
Here's Cooper Harrell for the Sodbusters. Takes inside for ball 2. And Hoppy's coming off a start that he wasn't super happy with. What have you seen from him just through an inning and 2/3?
Just how he's able to compete right now. I mean, kind of falling behind a little bit in count, but he's able to come back and battle and get in weak contact, which is great to watch.
Nice diving stop by Work. The throw across the diamond is in time for out number 3. The Sodbusters go down in order in a huge 1-2-3 inning for Caleb Hoppy. Couldn't ask for a better follow-up to that 5-run inning than that. The Squatch lead by 4, headed to the bottom of the second.
So untamed. So much historical fame. So much to see, hear, smell, taste, enjoy. So pack your bags. Hit the road, strike gold. Deadwood is waiting. There's so much South Dakota, so little time.
We all take different paths in life. That's why we utilize multiple different treatments here at Peak. Our main treatment is our high-level chiropractic adjustment, but we also emphasize the use of cupping, scraping, vibration massage, trigger point therapy, and active care to promote movement, strength, mobility, and most of all, pain relief. Why travel to multiple locations when you can have total wellness under one roof? Stop in today and let's get you to your peak.
Five-one Squatch as we head to the bottom of the second. A quick start for Spearfish. 2 home runs and a 1-2-3 inning from Caleb Hoppy. And leading things off in the bottom of the order is Nick Work, the freshman from Madison Lake, Minnesota. Attends South Dakota State. Hitting .302 this season. And he's been red hot as of late. Coming off a 3-for-4 game. Here's a ground ball left side, third baseman. Long throw to first is dug out for out number 1. Good play over there in the hot corner by Brock Cross. An even better pick at first by Ryan Jarvis. A.J. Reeser alongside Chase Scott up in the booth. And here is Lucas Torelli. Doubled his last time up, came in to score on the Kyle Finn home run, and he takes a strike from Ethan Marshall.
You know, I want to say, too, it's a great way to set the tone after the first series against these guys. You know, not having all our pieces, and just it's great to come out and show it to them right away and just kind of step on the gas.
It feels like that's the big story as this one's grounded right side and through for a base hit. Down and into the corner. Torelli on his way to second. The throw in will be cut off. And Torelli has his second double of the day. And Torelli is a perfect example of that.
Yeah. It's awesome watching all our pieces come together like we were talking about earlier and getting hot and just 1 through 9 knowing they're going to get hits and see the ball good.
I mean, that's been the biggest story is that both teams, of course, are very different, but it feels like you guys not only have a completely different lineup, but it's also more of a plug-and-play lineup where it feels like every night whoever's in the starting lineup could have a big night, or all of you could have a big night.
Yeah, and I mean the past couple games, we've all had big nights. I mean, you look up and down the scorebook, and it's filled up, which is great to see.
Yeah, when I'm filling in a bunch of hits and RBIs, that's always a good night for us. That one hits Rather. That's his second free base of the day. This time it hurts a little bit more than the last one. Well, watch out. Here comes Kyle Finn. Hit a 3-run home run his first time up. The league leader in OPS slugging and home runs, and he just added to all of those his first time up. That one bounces away from Greaves, but everybody stays put. Now, you've been around Finn a little bit. He was at Saracosa with you this last year. He played for the Squatch last year. What's it been like watching him work?
It's awesome. I mean, it's a blast to watch, as we just saw. I mean, at any given time with any given pitch, he could go send the ball 400 feet. And when he's hot, he's hot. It's just you sit back and watch and enjoy every second of it.
And his story is so interesting. We've talked about it a few times, but he's a true journeyman when you take a look at where he's been.
Very. And I don't know how much he's dived into it, but kind of was just him and his dad. They just would go in the cages, and he never really had a true coach to teach him his swing. He kind of figured it all out on himself.
Well, it's definitely an unorthodox swing, more of an old-school swing, more straight up and down, no batting gloves. He's quick with his hands through the zone. That one bounces in for ball 3. Has he ever talked to you why he has his stance the way it is now?
Not really. I mean, we've gotten into it a couple times about just hitting wise and philosophies, and Finn's a very good feel guy, what feels good and stuff like that. And I think he's able to feel like loose and whippy with this swing, and he's very, very in tune with his body and how it works, which is awesome. Not many guys are. So I think he just figured out what felt good and hasn't changed it.
Well, it's been working really good recently as he works a 4-pitch walk. And if the Sodbusters are smart, when you have Aaron Neals following him up, he struck out his first time up, making his first appearance back since tweaking his hamstring last week against the Zap.
That's the other thing. I mean, you can't pitch around anybody in this lineup, no matter what the lineup is. You're going to have to go face the next guy and face the next guy. And each guy has a potential of doing what we've seen tonight.
Hard ground ball gets by Gonzo in the third base coach's box. And that evens the count 1-1. Now, I know I've talked to you about what it's like having Bach and Gonzo as coaches now, but your dad is also your coach here and at Saracosa. What's it like to have him always around?
You know, it's kind of awesome. He's always there supporting me and stuff like that. It just sometimes it gets hard because he could read me better than anybody else can, and he could see when stuff isn't going right.
Play at the plate is not in time. Torelli able to get under the tag on the pass ball. Everybody advances 90 feet, and the Squatch take a 6-1 lead. But it's also nice that you grew up having a collegiate coach in the house.
Very.
What were some of the biggest things that he's worked on with you as of recently?
Just kind of fixing the swing a little bit, and having him coach me my whole life, he notices what's different in my swing and what's kind of not clicking, and even just adjusting small stuff here and there, the hands a little bit higher or lower. So it's just kind of trusting the process and kind of staying through it. It's been the big one.
Infield stays in. It's upstairs, 3-1. Now, sometimes, kids don't always like having their dad constantly be their coach, but you decided to go and continue to have your dad be your coach.
So my mom ended up coaching me for till I got to high school. So, my dad's always been at games and stuff like that, but my mom was the coach till I got to high school.
Really? Did she play softball?
Yeah,
or?
she played at Middle Tennessee. So she's played Division I.
So pretty good.
Yeah. So
pretty decent.
It's been great having those two as role models in my life, and just being around baseball and softball and being at that level they were, knowing that they've been through it and they know what they're talking about is huge.
Niels goes down swinging, and it brings up Sam Kwapnowski with 2 in scoring position, and now 1 gone. Sam walked and scored his first time up. Now Sam feels like he's just itching to get that first home run in front of the home crowd. We saw him a few times in the Oahe series either pull one 100 feet to the right side of the foul pole or just kind of swing out of his legs. But this one shot the other way for a base hit. Fort scores. Here comes Finn around third. The throw-in will be cut off. And a 2-run single for Sam Kwapnowski. That's exactly what I was about to ask you. He's been trying to pull everything. But that right there, he pushed it the other way.
That's when Sam's at his best right there, when he's able to hit the ball hard the other way and pull it too, which we've seen him do both. At the Zap series in Pierre, I mean, watching him hit that grand slam, he hit about a mile high, and, it's great to watch all these guys.
Here's another guy that just hit one a mile high. Jordan Bowman, his first home run of the season. Scored Sam his first time up. Here's the 0-1. Popped up but out of play, and Bowman falls behind 0-2. Now Jordan's another one of your college teammates, and now teammates out here. You got a lot of those, actually.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, and even on other teams. I mean, the Zap have 5 or 6 of my teammates too, which is kind of fun watching all these guys.
Boy, the Sodbusters thought Bowman went around, but home plate umpire says he did not go around. They'll check, and the field umpire agrees. So it's 1-2. I mean, what's it like playing against a lot of your college teammates? Because that's something we noted up here, too.
Yep, it's just fun. A little bragging rights now coming back to Coastal when we get back about this last series.
Hard shot up the middle, and a great play by Drew Vega at second as he steps on the bag for out number 3. Sam had taken off. Vega was already moving towards the bag, and Bowman's hit just ran right into him. And that'll be out number 3.
That's unlucky. If Sam doesn't go right there, I mean, that's a base hit up the middle for Bowman. Just baseball.
Sometimes it's funny like that. 8-1, the Squatch build upon their lead as they lead now by 7 as we head to the third. Eight-1 Squatch as we head to the third. Leading things off for Hastings is Jet Hannaford, the starting center fielder tonight for Hastings. Caleb Hoppy back out for another inning of work. He's been solid so far outside of the 1 run allowed. As this puts down a bunt, Rather comes out from behind the plate. The throw to first is in time to get him. Nice play by Carson behind the dish to come out and deliver a strike to Finn. That flips the order back to the top with Christian Loera. But Hoppy today, 2 1/3 now, has allowed just 2 hits, 1 run, and has struck out 1. But he's been inducing a lot of the soft contact, which we talked about in the last inning.
Which his stuff's good. When he trusts it and he throws it, I mean, it's almost unhittable. He's upper 8s, low 9s with his fastball and his slider moves. So it's great seeing him come in and attack like he is tonight.
And he's got a really funny story about how he got to Dakota State. He was at his cousin's wedding, and at his wedding was the Dakota State head coach. And his cousin introduced the two of them. They got to talking. Then he got an invite to a camp out at Dakota State. Performed well, got an offer, and now there he is.
Yeah, it's unbelievable what kind of happens in the baseball realm. I mean, that is an unbelievable story.
I mean, the saying goes, it's who you know, not what you know sometimes.
Yep.
But it also is sometimes it's who knows you.
Yes, very.
And for Hoppy, that's exactly what happened in terms of getting to the collegiate level. Ground ball, left side, work. Knocks it down, fires across in time for out number 2. Brings up Drew Vega, who made a great play to end the bottom of the second. And we broke it down a little bit already, but you're right. If Sam doesn't try and take second base there, Vega's stuck in the hole, and that's going right up the middle. But just bad timing. It was a solid barrel by Bowman, but just right to Vega.
On the other hand, I mean, if that ball gets through, we got guys on first and third right there too. So I mean, it's just baseball. It's best way to describe it, baseball.
Well, you had the textbook baseball moment on your sac fly, and then the throw-in hit your bat that you threw in foul territory. I mean, that was a couple of weeks ago now, but we still talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'll ever see that happen again.
I don't think anybody will.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of, again, unbelievable. Just took me by surprise. It was crazy.
Hoppy behind the count, or excuse me, an even 1-1 count to Drew Vega, who grounded out his last time up to Ben Foyer at short. Vega, as we talked about, attends Arkansas Tech University, appeared in just 22 games last year, did get a start. Had 4 hits, 7 runs, a double, and 1 RBI. This one's lifted out to left, giving chases, kneels toward the line. He makes the catch for out number 3. Back-to-back 1, 2, 3 innings for Caleb Hoppy, and he is feeling good through 3. Eight 8-1 Squatch, bottom of the third. Ethan Marshall back out for another inning of work. And he pumps a strike in to start things off against Peyton Fort. Grounded out his first time up on the first pitch he saw. And you want to talk about red hot. Peyton Fort hitting .512 over his last 11 games, 13 RBIs and 8 doubles.
Yeah, I mean he's swinging it as good as anybody in anybody can't hope to swing it. It's awesome to watch him.
It starts off behind in the count, 0-2, and that's going to hit him square in the number. Fort's going to wear it, and he's going to take first base. You know, I played baseball back in the day, and I've had to wear quite a few. At one point in high school, I think I had like a 5 or 6 game hit by pitch streak.
Wow.
Which I was pretty proud of, I'm not going to lie. The last one hit me in the head, and that's when I realized I didn't want to continue that streak. But, of course, I never got hit by 90 miles an hour. What do you do when you're getting hit by a fastball like that?
It's kind of hard. You kind of want to wear it the best you can. You know, you want to look tough and stuff like that. And hope adrenaline spikes up and you hope you get hit in the right place. You know, try not to get hit in the ribs. Hopefully it's your lower half in the quads or the butt. But, you know, you
fat ear spot.
Yep. You try to just act as tough as possible, I guess, you know.
Don't rub it.
Yeah, don't rub it.
Don't rub it.
Act like you've stolen 75. So
here's Ben Foyer. He flew out to right his first time up. Breaking ball. Misses low for ball 3.
That's the other good part about all of us being hot, too. I mean, pitchers have been getting 0-1, 0-2, 1-2 in pitching counts, and then we're able to battle back and have the pitcher make a mistake, and we're jumping on those mistakes when they happen, too.
Free 90 feet for Peyton Fort as Foyer works a walk. You say Fort take off, you got to be ready behind the dish. 8 stolen bases this year, also leads the league.
Yep.
And here's Nick Work. Grounded out his first time up back in the second as the corners come in. Squares the bunt. Puts it down up the first base line. Marshall comes off the bag, fires to first in time for the out, but both runners advance to scoring position.
That's just good baseball right there by Work. Getting the bunt down, advancing both guys. I have one out with the top of the lineup who's been swinging it tonight, going to lead it off.
Now that's been a conversation that we've had up here as well. Summer League, you know, you want to get your stats up. You want to be prepared, and for a lot of guys who are in the transfer portal, have something to show other schools. But both teams, Hastings in particular, but you guys recently as well, have been able to play small ball and aren't afraid to sacrifice a little bit despite it being considered, despite it being summer ball, and a lot of you guys are still wanting to put together really good stats for the fall.
Very. I mean, you know, it's still baseball. We still want to win. And, you know, the guys who I feel like end up bunting a lot, play to their strengths. You know, they're going to go back to school ball, and they want to be able to throw a couple bunts down.
Torelli pops it straight up, shallow right. The infield was in. Out goes the second baseman, spinning around, makes the catch for out number 2. Drew Vega had to go a little bit farther than he normally would have, but he still makes the play.
Again, it's just awesome to see. I mean, with it being summer ball, but also just the willingness to do whatever it takes to win. I mean, Isaac the other day against the Zap, taking it off the wall and hitting his head pretty good on it, and just willing to put your body on the line to go win for your guys.
Here's a guy that put his body on the line his last time up. Carson Rather was hit by a pitch, came in to score on a couple of pass balls from Ethan Marshall and the big single from Sam Kwapnowski. In the dirt for ball 2. Rather, one of the new guys that joined you guys down in Oahe. What's it been like having him now in the clubhouse?
I mean, Carson's awesome. He's a great dude, and he's a great guy to watch how he handles his business on and off the field. He's just a great piece of the dugout. And you watch him take his at-bats. I mean, he's comfortable hitting 0-2, 1-2. And he's an awesome addition to the team.
He's been very patient as well. Ahead 3-0, taking all the way for strike 1. He had 3 walks in his first game for you guys. I believe that was against Oahe.
Yes. And again, it's just we're getting on base, we're hitting, we're not swinging and missing too much, and if we do swing and miss, it's pitcher's lucky with how we're swinging it right now. I mean, it doesn't happen too often.
I like it. The pitcher was lucky if you guys missed it.
He is.
I like it. Second and third, 2 down, 8-1 ball game. Squatch trying to tack on a few more runs here in the third. The 3-2. Fouled away. Good AB here from Rather.
Very. That's also demoralizing as a pitcher, too. I mean, you're throwing your best stuff, and guys 1 through 9 aren't biting on it, or they're able to swing and put contact on it and foul it off, and you just keep building your pitch limit. I mean, it's hard to pitch during those situations.
Do it again, 3-2, inside, ball 4. And probably the last thing that Marshall wanted to do, because now he has nowhere to put Kyle Finn. Even the PA knows. Bases juice, 2 down. In an 8-1 ball game, Kyle Finn.
I like to see Finn right here just kind of stay within himself. We all know he could hit a ball 400 feet, but I want to see him stay in his zone right here and do what he could do.
Inside for ball 1. A 3-run shot his first time up. Walked and scored in the second. In his third at-bat in as many innings. The 1-0. Called the strike on the outside corner. I know we already talked a little bit about Finn, his stance and his approach, but it feels like he almost gets better with 2 strikes.
Yeah, I mean, he does. It's a great approach, just kind of expanding your zone a ball or 2 off the plate and willing to drive the ball to the right center gap so he stays on time with the off-speed pitch, but he's not getting beat by the fastball.
Behind in the count now, 1-2. Everybody in their normal positions with 2 outs. Swing and a miss. Down he goes, and a big strikeout for Ethan Marshall to put down the home run king, Kyle Finn. And the Squatch lead him loaded, but lead 8-1 as we head to the 4th. Eight-1 Squatch, top of the 4th. Caleb Hoppy back out for another inning of work. Leading things off for the Sodbusters is Jaden Shabry. Thank you to Chase Scott for joining us for a couple of innings, but his seat has been replaced by Ethan Mooser, the Canadian who has been swinging a hot bat as the biggest arm on the team by far. And I think that is pretty universal across everybody in the dugout, too.
I mean, Michelson has a can. I'll give him that. That guy can.
He does.
That guy can throw the ball.
He does. But I think I can't remember who I asked a couple of days ago. But I had a couple of guys up here, and I asked them who has the bigger arm, and they said you.
Well, I'm surprised because I had that labrum surgery, and I was like, I may never throw again.
When did you have the labrum surgery?
I had that labrum surgery my senior year of high school.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so that was about 8-9 months of rehab, and came back better after it. So.
Well, it seems like it. You've been throwing guys out at third, Had that one down in Hastings that got away from you.
Yep. Quap likes to joke with that a lot. So.
Yeah. He said that the other day, and he still brings that up every once in a while.
Oh yeah.
Got to keep you humble somehow.
Yeah.
3-0 Hoppy behind in the count, and he walks him. Jaden Shawbree on base for the first time tonight brings up Ryan Jarvis. Now, I know we've had the conversation before, but let's talk about it again with the people watching. You're from Canada, and there isn't really much organized high school ball up there.
Yeah, there's not much at all, and that's the hard part because, I mean, down here in the U.S., right, high school ball's it's a big deal, right?
Yeah.
Everyone has those opportunities to be seen in front of scouts all the time at those big games, and I never had that opportunity with high school ball in Canada. You know, it was just kind of a league to just have fun, I guess, in Canada, you know, high schools. So there's a bunch of big-time travel teams up there, and I was on one of them, and that organization is called the Fieldhouse Pirates.
Okay.
And we traveled down to the U.S. all the time for tournaments, play teams, and face some really good competition. But don't get me wrong, there's some dogs in Canada, and there's a lot of them. It's becoming more of a thing now. I mean, you got in our conference, there's almost 7 guys on North Dakota State that are Canadian.
Wow.
And like 3 on Omaha, and then it's becoming a bigger thing now with some Canadians being seen, and I'm glad that's happening.
So how'd you end up at Northern Colorado then?
Twitter helped with that. Twitter and my coach. My coach kind of knew my recruiting coordinator there. So
It always helps when you've got that person in your corner that knows a few guys.
Yeah, for sure.
Here's Ryan Jarvis. He takes low for ball 1. Hoppy's been solid so far through 3 innings. He's allowed 2 hits, 1 run, and now the 1 walk, has 1 strikeout. He's thrown 45. The 1-0 away for ball 2. Now, how's your summer been out here in Spearfish?
I mean, I love it. The guys are great. It's a great time out here, you know. I mean, our whole thing consists of fishing, fishing, and fishing.
Well, it helps when you got a lot of guys that like to do that. Popped up to shallow right. Quap coming in. Lays out and makes an incredible catch in right center for out number 1.
Wow.
Laid out full Superman style. Left the ground 3 feet in the air, it looked like. Made one of the best catches you'll ever see.
Wow.
Holy cow. Full airborne.
That's something right there.
It just shows up as a fly out to right, but when you watch the replay back, it's a whole lot more than that.
I mean, he's one of the hardest working guys on the team, I'll give you that.
That'll bring up Brock Cross. Misses inside for ball 2. And Sam's been, he's gotten involved in the community already a little bit here in Spearfish. But what's it been like getting to know Sam this summer? And like you said, he's one of the hardest working guys on the team. But what's it like to go day to day with him out in the outfield?
I mean, it's a blast because, I mean, he's a great guy, you know. Like, he always has something good to say. Like, if you're having a bad day or something like that, he's always there to get your back. And that's the best part about him, you know. Even when he's having a bad day, you know, he's always trying to bring people up with him. And it's been great to know him, and it's going to be a fun summer with him.
Away for ball 4, Brock Cross works a walk. I've also heard he's a pretty decent fisherman with you guys.
He's not bad. I mean, he has some expensive stuff, but
it helps.
Yeah, it helps a little bit. He just has to back that up a little bit with the way he fishes. Let's say that.
Do you guys mostly fish out at Wilson Kiefer's cabin just across the border?
Yeah, we'll fish there. We'll go to Iron Creek sometimes. That place is full of trout, so.
Wilson pops it up, shallow center. Foyer out. Will make the catch for out number 2. What's the best thing you've caught since you've gotten here to Spearfish?
I mean, me and Chase just went the other day, went to Iron Creek and got probably 10 trout, maxed out at 5 each person, and it was a great time because I've never been there before, and neither has he. We rented a little canoe, went out and fished, and it was a blast. We were out there for about 6-7 hours.
Wow, sounds like a great way to spend your off day.
Yeah.
Here's Jude Greaves. First pitch, called a strike, and it's 0-1. Now, you were down in Hastings for that first away series. How different has it been from that first week to now?
I mean, that first week, the guys were all new to each other, right? That connection wasn't there. We kind of didn't know how to play with each other. And, like, comparing it to now, like, we're all gelled together. We're bonded. And to be honest with you, that helps with a lot, you know, like having each other's back in the game, off the field, on the field. And I just think having that connection also is just a huge part of our success right now.
Nasty swing and a miss, and a great breaking ball from Caleb Hoppy, and he strands 2 on the base paths and gets out of the jam. 8-1 Squatch as we head to the home half. Eight-1 Squatch as we head to the bottom of the fourth. Ethan Marshall back out for another inning of work through 3 innings. He's allowed 5 hits, 8 runs, all of them earned 5 walks to 3 strikeouts. Trying to eat up a couple more innings for the Sodbusters as they've got 4 here in Spearfish. First pitch to Niels is fouled away. And it's always tough when you're on the road and you're starting the game off and not having your best day, but it's because of the arms and the pitch limits in this league. Might be asked to eat up a few extra innings than maybe you normally would if you had a deeper bullpen. Cranked to left field and down for a base hit. Aaron Niels is aboard.
Oh, boy.
Leadoff single, and Sam Kwapnowski has a base runner. Saw Sam make probably one of the best plays we've seen all year, and we've seen a lot of them, including your throw from right field to throw out a guy at third. At that time, by far, probably the best play we had seen. Well, now Sam's got some competition for you.
I mean, he is great competition. Guy motivates you every day, and you want to compete.
First pitch to Kwap, breaking ball, drops in for a strike, and it's 0-1. Pull to the second baseman, flips to second for one. The relay is in time to get him for the double play. Sam, before that, had walked and scored, then singled and brought in a couple of runs. But now here's Jordan Bowman, already has a home run tonight. Now it's back in the first. Breaking ball. Can't find the zone. It's 1-0. Bowman's another one of those guys that was there that first week. And he cranks another one deep to left. No doubt about it. 2 jacks for Jordan Bowman. And he is red hot tonight.
Boy, Bo. That's awesome because he was talking about before the game, he was like, this is my game. I'm going to get out of this slump. This is going to happen. And, I mean, he made it happen.
He predicted it.
Yep, and couldn't be more happy for the guy.
Sometimes you're just feeling it. And tonight, Jordan Bowman is swinging a hot stick. 9-1 Squatch. And the 3rd home run of the night for Spearfish, the 2nd for Bo. And it brings up Peyton Fort. No better feeling than that. And this one's driven to right, but Harrell takes a few steps in for out number 3. Jordan Bowman lights the match again with a solo shot to left and extends the lead to 8 for Spearfish. Leading things off for the Hastings Sodbusters in the top of the 5th is Cooper Harrell. He's 0 for 1 with a ground out. Caleb Hoppy has been slicing and dicing here tonight. 4 innings, 2 hits, 1 run, 2 walks to 2 strikeouts. He's thrown 55 and now entering the 5th inning. First pitch inside for a strike. Caleb, his last couple of starts weren't quite what he wanted. Had troubles getting through 3 innings, and he had walked 6 guys in his previous 2. But tonight, throwing the ball a lot better. Talked with him a little bit before the game, said he felt like tonight was going to be a good night, was really hoping that the rain would go away just because of how good he was feeling before the game. And it's a good thing it did. 0-2. Upstairs for a ball. Now, I know you're more in the dugout, Mooser, but this bullpen and this starting pitching staff has really turned a corner these last few weeks. How fun has it been for you guys to watch these pitchers work?
I mean, it's awesome because I'll be out there in right field and ground out. I'm loving it out there.
You get
chilling.
Bored?
I mean, I'm getting bored sometimes because there's no action. I mean, at the Zabs field, I think I got 1 ground ball. Like, I was out of 3 games, and I was loving it out there.
Well, as long as you're not falling asleep.
No, but I'm glad to see these guys dicing and doing good because it's really good for the team.
Well, and you probably would have loved that Arkansas game the other day. Gage Wood throwing 19 Ks in a no-no.
You're picking dandelions out there.
The full count from Hoppy is outside for a ball. And he's worked his third walk. Good patience from Harrell. Brings up the 9-hole hitter, Chet Hannaford. Grounded out to Hoppy his first time up. Is there anything that you do when you're playing a game that's turned more into a pitcher's duel just to keep yourself locked in?
Honestly, for me, out there, it's you got to be ready at all times, right, no matter what happens. Like, even use that Arkansas game as an example, 19 Ks, but if you get a fly ball and you're not ready for it or didn't prepare for it mentally and physically, you might be screwed.
Might be ruining the no-no.
Yeah, there you go. Might ruin that no-no.
Looks like got an arm up and moving around in the bullpen. Is that Knowles down there? Looks like it.
Yep.
Hayden Knowles. Looks like he'll be taking over for Hoppy when he's done.
Jackson's stirring a little bit.
And Jackson's been throwing well.
Yeah, he's been dominant. Go with that arm angle that he has too. It's almost unhittable because he has so much movement to his ball that.
Another swing and a miss. And the third strikeout for Hoppy. A lot of movement on that breaking ball. But going back to Jackson, you're absolutely right. I mean, you don't really know where to look with the arm angle, the leg flying. It's just so weird.
Yeah, I mean, that ball could be coming right to the outside corner and then all of a sudden just come into your hands. And that's the funky part about it. That's why he breaks so many bats.
We've been calling him the Grim Reaper up here, but maybe we should call him what would you call him? A chainsaw? Cutting all the wood.
Yeah.
Breaking bats, sending them back to the lumber yard. The 0-1 up and in. Watch out. Evens the count 1-1.
Speaking of breaking bats, I mean, I broke my first wood bat in my life in Hastings.
Really?
That was the first wood bat I've broken. I had that pink bat, that Marucci, for 2 years. And
I remember that. Didn't a couple of kids come by and take it out of the trash can?
Yeah, they traded it for a hot dog. Yeah.
Whatever it takes to get some food, right? Especially on days like today, rain delay.
Yeah.
Got to get your grub.
Yeah.
2-1 on the leadoff hitter, Christian Loria. And it's now 3-1. How long had you had that pink bat before you broke it?
Ooh, I had that thing since, about 2 years.
Really?
Yeah, and then all of a sudden it broke in a weird place too. Like the whole bat just almost fell apart in my hands, and I thought I barreled it.
Yeah.
The whole bat almost just snapped in half. Yeah, I was in shock.
It's always weird sometimes when you just catch the ball in the wrong spot of the bat and she's toast.
Yeah, there goes $250.
Full count, driven to left, drops in for a base hit. And Christian Loria has his second single of the day. Advances Harrell to second, and looks like Scott might be making the move, looking down at the bullpen, and he's going to make the motion. Aiden Knowles will be entering the game. Caleb Hoppy's night is done. A great start for Caleb. 4 1/3, 3 hits, 1 run, 3 walks to 3 strikeouts. And a great outing for the young freshman, making his 5th start of the year. We'll introduce the new pitcher when we come back. 9-1 Squatch in the top of the 5th. 9-1 Squatch here in the top of the 5th. New pitcher in for the Squatch is Aiden Knowles, the sophomore from Albany, California, attending Oklahoma Wesleyan University, making his 7th appearance of the year. Had to count him up. First pitch, breaking ball. Ooh. Catches the inner part of the zone for strike 1. Boy, good luck hitting that.
Yeah.
Drew Vega is the batter. He's 0 for 2. Ground out and a fly out. Aiden features a sinker around 85, 86. Also has a splitter and something he calls a slurve, a sweeper curve mix. It sits around 70.
I think that was it right there.
Yeah, their breaking ball, that one just misses low, and it's 1-1. He said that he actually added his slurve last season, started off as a knuckle curve, and then worked with his pitching coach to make it more of a sweeper curve mix. Before that, he only had that sinker and splitter.
Yeah.
1-1. That one had a lot of movement on it, too, 2-1.
I will say he locates the ball very well. He paints his corners, paints it low, high. That's his strength. Like doesn't matter how fast you throw. He throws pretty hard. And if you're throwing, it doesn't matter how fast you're throwing, right? If you're painting those corners or painting wherever, you can get a batter out no matter what.
Falls behind 3-1 here. First and second, one down. Sodbusters trying to put together a few base hits here and get back in the scoring game. 3-1. Grounded foul, and he's worked it full. Full count, one down, 2-1. An 8-run ball game. Sun starting to set here in Spearfish. The lights are on. Knowles comes set, the 3-2. Breaking ball hit out to left center, giving chase is Torelli, and he chases it down for out number 2. Great play by Lucas out there to chase it down.
Great catch.
We've seen the outfield make quite a few good catches tonight.
And I mean, at this time of day, too, I mean, it's getting tough to see, you know. That sunset and those lights are kind of half on. And that ball blends in with the background here, too. So speaking from experience, it's tough to see and get a jump on that.
I was going to say, you've played a lot of right field for the Squatch, especially with the lights coming on. How difficult has it been for you, and what have you done to combat the sun and the lights?
I mean, to be honest with you, you can't do much. You kind of just hope and pray it's not hit to you. I mean, it's just for maybe about 30 minutes, and then it's fine. But you got to just be like, all right, ground out or something here, please.
Here's Jaden Shabry. Takes a strike, and it's 1-1. Beer batter back to the plate. If he strikes out, it's $2 off beer. So if you haven't made it out to the ballpark yet, whenever you get here, there's a chance for some cheaper beer. The 1-1. Inside ball 2. Moved him off the plate. Now, Aiden's got a pretty interesting story. He was actually a catcher until he was about 14, but had some knee issues. Had a pretty good bat, but then got into an accident where he actually lost some sight in his right eye. And that led him to not hit as well. Excuse me, it was a freshman year he got that concussion that messed up his left eye. It was actually a play at the plate. He was sliding in at third, and the catcher smacked him across the face, and he got a concussion, messed up his left eye, and he couldn't see the ball as well, track it as well. So he moved to being a PO. Flipped out to right field, but foul. And he actually had a pretty good bat in high school. He said he was hitting 400 or 500, but once he had that concussion and he couldn't track the ball as well, he said he had to just switch to throwing, and it's worked out pretty well for him. Also ran cross-country, track, football, basketball. Tried to hit everything while he could. Now, of course, focus just on baseball. Even count 2-2. Pulled foul to the Hastings dugout. And coming out of high school, he actually didn't know if he was going to even play baseball. It was basically the last few moments before the window closed that Laney College reached out to him because of his brother. And they called him, and he said, yeah, I guess I could play a couple more years of baseball. And then right as his years were finishing up at Laney, he again didn't know if he was going to play baseball, but right at the last window for Aiden to sign, Oklahoma Wesleyan came calling, and he said, I guess we'll keep extending my baseball career.
Yeah, the crazy part is I could have been playing baseball with him right now out of his college.
Really?
Out of high school, I went to a showcase in New Jersey.
Ground ball to Foyer, waits for it, and it's off his chest. 1 run will score, and a bad hop catches Foyer. That might have gotten up closer to his face.
Had a lot of injuries in the past few days.
A lot. Martinez hit the wall a few days ago. Foyer actually collided with Martinez in that same game. Nick Work got hit in the head a couple of days ago on a pitch. And now Foyer gets hit hard on a bad hop.
Yeah, they'll probably do a concussion test on him right now just to make sure he's okay.
You ever had to do a concussion test, Mooser?
I mean, I played hockey for
okay,
a
so
decent
definitely.
amount of time. And,
so that's a definite yes.
I've gotten banged up a few times, and it is not fun, I'll say that.
What was the worst hit you took in hockey?
Ooh, I think I was about 15 or 16, and I was on the boards digging for the puck. I was a center, and I was just digging for it. And then this, mind you, back in high school, I was 5'5". I was 5'5".
So more like my height.
I was not a big dude in the slightest, and this guy, probably about 6'5" on skates, comes in from behind and gets. I got a cross check to the back of the head.
Jeez.
And I was down for the count for a bit there.
No penalty?
No, he was. I think he was ejected.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he was ejected.
Makes you feel a little better.
Yeah.
Yeah, taking a stick to the back of the head.
Yeah.
On skates.
The worst is getting slashed. You know, get a slash to the hand, to the wrist. Ugh. That is not fun.
You guys are mean. I'm from Minnesota, but I never got to play. Like competitive hockey. But boy, you're moving quick when you're on the ice, and you make one wrong move, or someone's coming in hot.
Yep.
Watch out, that's gonna hurt.
Yeah, for sure. It is not. It is not fun when you get hit.
Here's Ryan Jarvis. And it looks like Foyer's going to be all right. He stays in the game. And that would be huge if he went down. He's been really good over there at short. That middle infield turned the most double plays in the Independence League this season. And the last thing you want if you're a Squatch fan is to lose your starting shortstop.
For sure. He's been great defensively for us. I mean, almost every ball that's hit to him, he's made that play, and he makes it with some swagger. Maybe that.
He's earned the nickname Volpe.
Yep, he has.
4-pitch walk from Aiden Knowles loads him up. For Brock Cross. Walked his last time up in the 4th. And a big spot for Hastings, trying to chip away at this Spearfish lead. 9-2 the score in the top of the 5th. Aiden Knowles came in for Hoppy, who had a great 4 1/3, striking out 3 and allowing the 2 runs on the board on 3 hits. Good bounce back game for Caleb. But the Sodbusters putting together a nice 5th. Breaking ball, can't find the zone, it's upstairs. Some more movement down in the bullpen. Looks like possibly Tyler Russ and one other guy. Oh, that one hits him square in the numbers, and that's going to bring in a run. Larea comes in. Shabry and Jarvis advance, and Brock Cross will take his free base and the RBI. Make it 9-3. Bases still juiced for Zane Wilson. Can't quite tell who the second guy is down there. Hudson Hart, possibly. Maybe looks like Furry, but I think it is Hudson Hart down there. See how long the leash is for Knowles. He's only faced a few batters. He's thrown 20 pitches, has allowed 1 hit, and now a couple of free bases. We're going to have another visitor up here. Mooser's been up here with us, and now we have one of the mascots from the Rapid City Rush joining us on Mascot Night. We got a ton of mascots out here to join Sampson. And the mascot from the Rapid City Rush joining us up here. Having a good time so far? Having a great time. Getting the crowd hyped and into it. Love it. Absolutely love it. Thank you for coming out here today. Thank you so much. Ton of mascots hyping up everybody in Spearfish for this big game. As Aiden Knowles misses Zane Wilson, who's 0 for 2 tonight. Nugget from the Rapid City Rush. He stole my popcorn earlier today. Now he's acting all friendly. Away for ball 2. Well, that's one thing for sure at all these games. There always seems to be a fun theme night. There's always action here at the ballpark. So if you haven't made it out, get your tickets. Not only is the team red hot, but so are the theme nights.
Very true. So that Ben Zobrist night, is that coming up? That's coming up pretty soon, isn't it?
Yeah, that's coming up. Let's actually double check the date on that so I don't lie to everybody at home. July 7th.
Yeah, I actually got his autograph at Wrigley Field.
Really?
Yeah, when I was 13, 14 at the time.
Wow.
I had no idea who he was, though, until after the fact. But
full circle when he gets out here, right?
Yeah.
A 2-time World Series champion, a World Series MVP back in 2016. 1-1 with the Royals and the Cubbies. This one's popped up to right. Kwapnowski in, Fort out. Kwap calls him off and makes the catch for out number 3. Knowles gets into some trouble. They score 2, and it's 9-3 as we head to the bottom of the 5th. 9-3 Squatch. The Sodbusters get a couple back in the top of the 5th. Leading things off is Ben Foyer, Nick Work, and back to the top it's Lucas Torelli. Ethan Marshall, he's still in there. He's thrown 4 innings, allowed 7 hits, 9 runs, all of them earned, 5 walks, and has struck out 3. And again, we talked about it earlier sometimes on these days where bullpens might be thin, starter not having his best day, but got to eat up some innings.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's summer ball right now, right? I mean, you got to give these guys the experience and got to give them the innings to. I mean, that's the one way to get better and better and better. You know, just get the innings, get the at bats, and yeah.
We're about a month into the season now, maybe a little more at this point. But what are some of the biggest things that you've been working on yourself this summer?
So before I left school, my coach was really big on me going oppo, middle a lot more, and I've just been really
Ground ball to short, throw to first in time.
really focusing on that. And you know what? So far, I feel like most of my hits have been up the middle or some oppo. You know, just trying not to pull off and maintain weight as well. It's a big one for me. So I mean, I'm out here for summer ball and to get better. You know, not goof around. You know, I'm here to
Get better.
get better.
Is there anything mechanically or mentally that you're doing differently to keep going oppo rather than maybe pull your head or anything to pull it and roll over?
Honestly, for me, it's seeing it deeper. I used to be out in front trying to hit a home run, you know, doing all that. And then just being able to see the ball deeper and, I mean, especially in a 2-strike count to really see what pitch it is as well. But that just helps me a lot to go oppo and think middle for sure.
Is there anything that you've learned from either one of the coaches, Bach or Gonzo, or even some of the guys in the dugout? Is there anything that you've learned or taken away from somebody else's game this summer?
I mean, yeah, Bach has been a huge part as well. I mean, almost every at-bat or even during BP, he'll be like, hey, Moose, you're pulling your head off, you're coming up on it, you're doing that. And just getting that little piece of advice, you know, it helps me a lot to go back to what I used to be doing. And it's a huge part. He's been a great coach and a great mentor so far during the season.
Getting his number retired
Yeah.
in July.
Yep.
An absolute legend here in Spearfish. I was talking with Coach Gonzalez before the game, and he said it's kind of weird going to Walmart with him, and sometimes people will just pay for his stuff.
Yeah, that's wild to me. And, I mean, apparently he was a great player. I've heard a tiny bit about it.
Lifted out down the right field line, laying out, and he made the catch. Holy cow, Cooper Harrell going into foul territory makes a diving catch for out number 2. We've seen 2 great catches out there and right. That one hooking towards the line, and Harrell goes airborne. I mean, I don't think there's many better plays you'll see in right field other than Mooser gunning down a guy at third.
I mean, I think Sam's play might top mine. I'll give him that. That play tops mine.
Here's Lucas Torelli. Takes away for ball 1. He's 2 for 3 today, a couple of doubles, and he's scored twice. Popped out his last time up. Popped straight up into the air. Shortstop Larea comes in and makes the catch for out number 3. First time tonight the Squatch have gone down in order, but they lead it by 6 as we head to the 6th.
takes you. So when the open road calls for a good night's rest, you can depend on Super 8's modern rooms at over 2,000 locations. Plus, earn Wyndham Rewards points for every stay. Super 8, one of 24 trusted brands by Wyndham. See you on the road.
Welcome back to Black Hills Energy Stadium. Now joining us up in the press box is the starting pitcher from tonight, Caleb Hoppy. Caleb, you came up here glowing. A great start today. I know the last couple you weren't super happy with, but how did it feel to get a good start here tonight?
Oh, it felt fantastic. I mean, everything was working for me, which was great, and they were swinging at pretty much everything I was throwing, so they were popping everything up, and honestly, it was just a great night.
Was there anything different that felt good, whether it was your release or one of your pitches? What felt so good when you were out there?
I mean, velocity had a little bit of help to it. I don't know exactly what I was throwing, but it felt like it was zipping in there pretty good. And then having that off-speed slider to go in on it, I mean, I think it was my second strikeout. They tunneled them perfectly. 2 good fastballs outside and threw a slider same spot, and you just swung at it. I mean, that was the best that I could do out there, and it felt great.
Well, you sure looked good out there. You look good, and all your pitches look good. So it's always a fun night. And you said before the game that you felt good coming in. You really wanted the rain to go away because you knew that tonight was going to be different, that you're going to have a really good start. I know you said you did a little bit of extra meditation before the game. That really locked you in?
Yeah, that helped out a lot. Had a talk with my coaches back at school a few days ago about all that stuff, and he recommended that to me, and I feel like that helped out a lot today. It was just locking in early before everything happened and staying locked in even through that rain delay. So,
if you're any kids watching at home, if you want to be a good pitcher, do some meditation. Listen to a 10-minute pitcher meditation video on YouTube.
Oh yeah,
and you'll get locked in for a ball game. Awesome. Well, it's 9-3. The offense has certainly helped you out a lot tonight. Not that you needed much help, but what's it been like watching the ball just fly out of the ballpark tonight for you guys?
No, it's been great. I mean, the 3 home runs we've had tonight have just been fantastic. They've been great confidence boosters for everyone, especially me out there. And just watching that ball fly has been fantastic.
New pitcher for the Squatch is Tyler Russ, the freshman who attends U.S. Air Force Academy in Colorado, is originally from Colorado Springs. Is originally from Ashburn, Virginia, but attends the U.S. Air Force Academy. Ground ball up the middle. Foyer charges, picks it up, fires to first in time. Broken bat, and Tyler Russ picks up some lumber.
We like good firewood out there.
Pitching staff has broken a couple of bats tonight, haven't you?
I don't know if I broke one, but I was hoping I did. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to that.
I think you might have gotten one.
Well, I'll take it.
Here's Cooper Harrell. Walked in, scored his last time up. Pulled foul. Russ has been a fun guy to watch. He's only here for another few days before he has to get back to the Air Force Academy and get started with his training for next year. Features a fastball at 86 to 88. Also has a slider and a curveball that he mixes in. Big hack and a miss, and Harrell's behind 0-2. Now, I know when we had Tyler come up here for Salute to Service night, he said one of the main questions that he's gotten since he's been here in Spearfish is, what's it been like being in the Air Force? As this one's cracked to left, in comes the left fielder, Aaron Neals, and he makes the catch for out number 2. Has there been anything that you've learned about Tyler or the Air Force that has really stuck out to you? I mean, because it is a different story than a lot of the other guys on this ball club.
I mean, I've got to talk to him a little bit about that stuff. I haven't really pressed it too much because, it's summer. You don't want to push guys on school in summer break. But,
that's fair.
I've got to talk to him about kind of all the stuff that he does there, and it all sounds really interesting. I mean, he's going back to, I think, complete his flight training, if I remember correctly, is what he's doing.
Yeah.
So he said he wants to fly F-15s is what he told me. So, I mean, sounds like a lot of fun. Wish I could be doing that.
You don't think you could fly a jet like that?
Oh, I think I could. I'm just not legally allowed to. I'm colorblind, so they're not.
Oh, there you go.
They don't allow people like me to fly those things.
Here's Jet Hannaford. The 1-0. Big hack and a miss. And it's 1-1. I know we've talked about it before, and we talked about it when you were out on the mound. The wedding story. And I talked with your mom a little bit beforehand too.
Yep.
It's just such a funny story that you meet the head coach at your cousin's wedding.
Yes. Yeah. No, it's definitely a story that's going to be told for many years after, but you got to enjoy it when you can.
Got to take advantage of the opportunities, right?
Oh yeah.
Swing and a miss, drop third strike. Rather picks it up. The throw to first completes the strikeout. And Tyler Russ has a 1-2-3 inning, and he picks up a K to close out the sixth. Headed to the home half, it'll be Carson Rather, Kyle Finn, and Aaron Neals when we come back. New pitcher for the Sodbusters is the freshman Ethan Foley from Grand Island, Nebraska. Attends Coffeyville Community College. Hopefully I'm saying that right. It looks like Coffeyville.
Never heard of it.
Well, that's where he's attending. This is his first pitching appearance of the summer for the Sodbusters. He's appeared in 3 games as a fielder, has 9 at-bats, and 3 hits, a couple of RBIs, and a walk. But now enters the game as the relief pitcher, Ethan Marshall. His day is done, and not the prettiest stat line for him, as he had to eat up some innings to save arms, as we got 3 more games this week. Final stat line for Marshall: 5 innings, 7 hits, 9 runs, all of them earned, 5 walks to 3 strikeouts, but certainly doesn't help when you're facing one of the best offenses in the league right now. And we have a little conversation in front of the Sasquatch dugout between both head coaches and the umpires. Not really sure what this could be about.
Maybe they saw lightning again.
I hope not.
Hey, it gives me the win.
Well, we got to get through 7, right, for it to be, or you have to get through 5.
I think it's through 5 if I remember correctly, but I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
This is a long conversation. For the most part, the lightning and the rain have stayed away since we've gotten going again here in Spearfish, but is there any more predicted in the radar? I haven't really looked. Looks like just cloudy.
I'm glad it passed when it did, though.
Yeah, it could have gotten bad quick if we would have, if we would have started any earlier, even if we would have started on time, we probably would have thrown 2 pitches and immediately gone to a delay.
Yeah. But I'm also glad that it didn't get called because I do have family that showed up today that told me last night that they were coming, wasn't ready for it. So.
And the umpires are leaving the field. The umpires are not on the field. And I'm not really sure what's happening. All the coaches are talking things over. And nobody really knows what's happening. Both umpires left the field of play. The Sodbusters are still at least on the field, and the three leadoff guys for Spearfish are still out there.
I've never seen this before.
I'm not really sure what's happening. For the meantime, we have Sampson up here to entertain us. We're going to get a picture over here. Look this way, Sampson.
That's going on the Instagram.
Oh, absolutely. That absolutely has to go on the Instagram. I'm just not really sure what's going on. The word's getting around on the field, but
he's
no
trying
one's...
to give you a high five, man.
Oh, my fault. Shout out Sampson for always getting us hyped up here in the press box and all the fans. He's always a pleasure to have at every home game. And it's mascot night. It's your night, Sampson. It's all about you tonight. All your friends are here. Yes. Love you too, Sampson.
Later, Sampson.
All right, well, the word's getting around on the field, but we still have no idea what's going on here. Mike? Do you have the roster for today? Yeah, I have a roster. It's on my laptop, though. He's listed here on the stat sheet, at least.
No. Tyler Russ apparently wasn't on the roster.
Tyler Russ wasn't on the roster?
Yeah, because that's what they're saying. So
He's right here on the stat sheet.
No, but the roster that they made beforehand, when they make down the roster.
Here, let me look at... Oh, boy, here we go. Now we've got some controversy. Yeah, he is. He's right there.
Where's he at?
Right there in the bottom right corner.
Yeah, he's on there.
He's on there.
Yeah, he's on there. So why is it a big deal?
Was that what was said?
Yeah, they said that the umps came out and said Tyler Russ wasn't on our roster, or wasn't on your guys' roster.
He's right there. Well, I guess we'll take a quick break to kind of talk things over, but I guess that is the question right now. He's even on the one that I made. I don't know why they'd have this one, but...
Yeah, what makes no sense to me is why the umpires just left, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure either whether they have to go and look through whatever roster they have. I don't even know what would happen. Well, let's take a quick ad break, and we'll try and find some answers when we come back. It's 9-3, and the Squatch are due up, but we'll see what happens.
So untamed. So much historical fame. So much to see, hear, smell, taste, enjoy. So pack your bags. Hit the road. Strike gold. Deadwood is waiting. There's so much South Dakota, so little time.
Parking is free and easy at the Lodge, with the area's largest free parking only steps away from our front door. Enjoy spacious and comfortable gaming at the Lodge at Deadwood, the locals' choice.
All right, so what we have gathered is that Tyler Russ wasn't on the roster that the umpires were given, but from the rosters that we've seen, he is on it. So we'll see what the ultimate determination is. But what we've understood is that if for some reason Tyler Russ wasn't on the roster, and since he pitched an inning, this game would be forfeited and given to the Sodbusters, which would be huge for Hastings, since the Spearfish Sasquatch are up 9-3. And Justice Scott just said something to Aaron Niels, and he looked pretty upset, which would be crazy. Did they just call it? Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? They're saying Tyler Russ wasn't on the roster. And since he pitched, this game has to be forfeited to the Sodbusters. The umpires are leaving the field again. What is going on?
Yeah, this is interesting because on both lineups that we have, he's on there.
On all the lineups that we have, including the one that was posted in the dugout, in the Sasquatch dugout.
So if that's the case, then this is a mistake on umpires. But they're going back in there again.
To talk about what? They were just in there for 5-6 minutes, and now everybody's gathering around the first base line. Nobody seems very happy about this situation, but the Sodbusters coach came out to talk about it, and Tyler Russ is pretty upset about it too, of course, since he just pitched a 1-2-3 inning. And this would be huge. We're up 9-3, and this is probably one of the biggest series of the first half. The winner most likely will take it. And if it comes down to this, that has to be insane.
That stings, if that's the case.
All right. So now we're hearing that the Spearfish said they just replay the inning, but Hastings says the rules are the rules, and since he's not on the roster, they have to forfeit. So now the umpires are going to talk to the commissioner again. Anything else that we've missed so far?
So he's on the roster that we were given, but not on the roster card.
Okay, so possibly the coach's card that Hastings was given, Tyler Russ wasn't on it. Now Tyler is running up to the press box to talk to us. Caleb, I might have him throw on the headset quick.
Yeah, no, that'll be fine. That'll be fine.
Obviously, you can stay up here to listen to it with all of us. Here he comes.
I want to know what's going on, too.
All right, here comes Tyler. Let's see if we can get an explanation here. All right, we are live. We are live.
I got
all right, so what in the world is happening right now?
So first, hi, Dad. Hope you're watching. Second up, so they forgot to put me on the lineup card.
The one that
they
Hastings got.
That Hastings got. I was not. They didn't put me on the lineup card. So I go out there and pitch. So now the umpires are trying to figure out.
Great
Thank
inning.
you, I appreciate it. Felt
good
great.
Stuff, dude.
So made a good adjustment on the slider, so that was much better today. But yeah, so moral of the story is I'm not going back out there, and now they're trying to figure out if they're killing the inning, if we forfeit the inning, if we forfeit the game, or if nothing happens, and then they just go out there and play.
Well, I was going to say
they're trying to call a commissioner to figure that out right now. I'm pretty sure that's just the extent of my knowledge.
Well, from like the lineup card that I took a picture of that was posted in your guys'
And
dugout.
our dugout
You're on
has
it.
me on it, but
You're
I
on
think
it.
the official card that we gave them,
You
I was
weren't
not
on
on the I was not on the lineup.
Okay, that's
card.
just a simple mistake.
Or something like that's just a mistake. But once I go out there, like I could have just thrown one pitch and could have figured it out. It's still it wouldn't have mattered. We'd be doing the same exact thing right now. So at least I pitched good. I felt good.
Yeah,
so
I was gonna say it was a great inning. It was
Yeah.
a good 1-2-3 inning. Great way to close out with a strikeout.
Exactly. So
did the Hastings coach come over and like bring it up?
more than likely, yes. Because like when I got back in, Octo was like, "Hey, great job, but we did not put you on the lineup card. You're going back out there if they don't say anything. Because at this point, it's like, at this point, there's nothing you can do. But like, if I throw another 5 innings, it doesn't matter if they don't say anything. But they did say something, probably brought up by the Hastings coach, and now here we are. So we've got Bob in the bullpen warming up. So I think Bob will be going in next.
Well, they better not call the game. I mean, from what we heard, that's what Hastings is arguing.
That's what they probably want because they're getting their you-know-what's kicked. So, I mean, like they would absolutely love that if they could just forfeit the game more than likely. But
True. That's a whole nother question. Does Caleb get his innings back, and can he pitch again tomorrow? Sure, that's exactly what your right arm would want.
No, I wouldn't.
He said no, it wouldn't.
I don't know. All I know is that their scorecard, like our scorecard in the dugout, has me on there.
Yeah. Because I took a picture of our scorecard in there, and he's on it.
Well, they allowed me to come in, or they just had no idea and just assumed, he's. But, like, every single time I say a new pitcher, they pulls out a lineup card.
Yeah, so he's got to look at it.
I don't know if it matters based off of what Hastings got. So,
all right.
Okay,
yeah, we'll let you get back down there.
Yeah, we gotta go finish this game. So let's go win this thing. All right, see you, Caleb. Good job today. Thanks, AJ.
Hey, good inning, bro. No matter what happens, it was a great inning. And here come the umpires. They don't have a mic, so we won't really get the information until it's relayed up to us.
Hey, if this gets canned, though, I want my innings back. I didn't pitch it all then.
Exactly. I think that's only fair. And I think we're going to get a pretty good answer based on the reaction of everybody else. All right, it's on. We're playing on from what we've heard. The coaches pop out of the dugout.
Because he was on our scorecards.
Yep, and I mean, like he just said, the umpires have their own scorecard, and if he was on it,
we got the thumbs up from Aaron that we're good.
Tyler's hyped. All right, we're playing ball. So do we have to replay the inning, or are they just saying? Okay. Okay, so we're going to play on, and from what we've understood is that if Hastings wants to contest this later on, then they can submit a complaint. But for right now, we're playing ball.
In my eyes, that's kind of soft by the coach, not going to lie. You mean you want to fight that because you're down 9-3 and you're just going to complain about it?
Well, also
that's not very fun for anybody.
No, not for the fans that came out, not for Tyler, who just threw a gem of an inning, not for you, who just threw a gem of a start.
I know that honestly kind of devastate me. Not gonna lie, if that all just happened.
So it looks like we're gonna play ball, and I guess we'll have to follow up with things in the coming days if Hastings puts in a complaint to try and forfeit this game. But if the umpires, like Tyler said, like you said, if the umpires check their scorecard every time there's a new pitcher. So if he was on the umpire scorecard and the Spearfish scorecard, that's 2 out of 3.
Yes.
I think that's pretty good.
And the umpire scorecard is the official scorecard. So they have to check it every time a guy comes out and gets put in. So if he is on there, then he's good to go.
And quite frankly, if like the second that he came out here, then that should have been what it is. Here's a. All right, Caleb, read it out loud for us, if you can.
Yeah, what I'm seeing here, apparently rules that I was just handed says, I think some leagues have rules about listing subs to confirm legal positions on the club roster. Don't know what that really entails. Okay.
Okay.
So we're getting confirmation that we don't have to list substitutes. That is nice.
Awesome. So, all right,
So
explain who that is that just told us that
So
information.
The person that just told us that information is my grandpa. He's been an umpire since as long as I can remember. I want to say like 20-some years, did all the way from little guys all the way up to Legion and I think maybe some college like this. But, no, he was one of the people that got me into baseball.
So he might know a thing or two.
Oh, he knows a thing or two, and he's drilled it into me since I was young.
Here's Carson Rather facing the Ethan Foley, the freshman from Grand Island, Nebraska. I guess we can introduce him again since it's been about 20 minutes since we introduced him for this inning. And it's upstairs for ball 2. So after all that, nothing's happened right now. But in the coming days, if Hastings puts in a complaint, I guess we'll see what happens if this game will stand or not. And they already have a rescheduled game set up for tomorrow. It'll be a two-game doubleheader, 7 innings apiece. And Carson Rather works a walk, and I can almost guarantee you that the dugout and these fans are going to be up for every single at-bat the rest of this game.
Oh, I would be too if I was down there. That's not kind of, as a player, that's not what you want to go through, is just sit there and listen to what's going on about all that.
Especially when it's something that is out of your control.
Exactly.
You're up by 6, and the other coach comes over to complain. And to lose on a rule like that just doesn't seem like baseball. Ground ball to the shortstop deep in the hole, picks it up, fires to second for 1. The throw to first is in time to get Finn. Big double play turned by Christian Loera at short. But that's never a way that you want to, quite frankly, win or lose a game.
No.
It's to lose or win on a technicality.
No, but if what we were told is correct and that is in IBL rules, then if they do decide to file a complaint, it should not get through anyway.
Aaron Niels delivers a 2-out single, and the Squatch have some traction with 2 outs. Sam Kwapnowski digs in. But, yeah, if that rule is what is in the IBL rule book, then you're right. They don't have to list substitutions. Is it on the official scorecard? Niels takes off for second. The throw down is not in time.
I couldn't quite confirm if it's the official scorecard or if it's the scorecard that we have.
Gotcha.
But my guess, it's the scorecard that we have that we give to the umpires. We don't have to list who can all come in.
Gotcha.
That's what I'm grasping from it, but I'm not also the guy to ask.
Let me get your grandpa up here.
I say that's something I talked to Octo in postgame about.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that'll probably be one of the first questions we ask whether it's Octo or Bachman or who knows. Maybe we'll get Gonzo or Scott up here for the first time. Who knows?
Oh, let's get Gonzo up here.
Yeah, there we go. Here's Kwapnowski in a 1-0 count after Niels swiped second base. Definitely some extra juice in the dugout now after that long break, and now we're going to have another timeout as the catcher, Jude Greaves, wanders out to make sure everything is in line with Ethan Foley.
Yeah, it seems like they had a few cross-ups out there in the early innings of the game. So maybe they're just trying to get that under control so it doesn't happen again.
Scott's making sure. Is there a certain number of mound visits that you can do in this league too?
I don't know about this league. I know in most colleges you get 5 total. If I think that's correct anyway. I know that coaches get 2 an inning. The second time you go out, you have to pull the guy. Catcher, I'm pretty sure, gets 3 times a game to go out there.
I think that's what Scott was asking and making sure that they had another one in their pocket. 2-0 to Kwapnowski, drops in for a strike, and it's 2-1.
And I have to give a shout-out to Quap out there today, making that great catch for me out there. I really appreciate him doing that, and it was honestly kind of fun to see.
Yeah, Superman style.
I know.
2-1. Upstairs for ball 3. Had a 2-run single back in the second, and walked and scored in the first on the 2-run home run from Bowman, who's on deck. Swinging a hot stick, 2 home runs tonight. The 3-1. Drilled to right center field. Back, and it is one hop the wall. Kwapnowski's got at least a double. Niels comes in to score, and Sam stays hot at the plate. RBI double for Kwap.
Yeah, him and Bowman have had a great night tonight. Hopefully we see another Bo home run right here.
Hat trick.
If he gets hat trick, that would be sweet.
And that's exactly what this crowd would love to see right now after everything that just transpired before this inning.
Yeah, hopefully we can do it with get 3 more runs across this inning, though.
There you go.
Let's get this one done in 7.
First pitch to Bo. Big hack and a miss. Was going for the hat trick. And with all the guys that have come up here talking about Bo's big night, they've all said the same thing. It's been good to see him get a hold of a couple with the slump that he's been in these last couple of weeks.
Yeah, he needed it. I mean, me and him both have had our bounce back games today, which is nice. But, for one of our best hitters, he definitely needed that little confidence boost today, and I think that those 2 bombs really helped out.
The 0-2 upstairs. Good night for a couple of bounce backs, right?
Oh, yeah.
After the long rain delay, it's turned into quite a beautiful night as the sun sets just to the right of Black Hills Energy Stadium. The 1-2. Drilled out to deep left field, looking up, and it is off the top of the wall. Just a few feet away from the hat trick, and Bowman cruises into second with an RBI double. Back-to-back for the Squatch.
Attaboy, Bo.
Make it a 3-for-4 day. And Bowman is having one of the best nights a hitter can have.
Yeah, he's taking that player of the game from me.
Here's Peyton Fort.
Kind of talked to him about that.
Yeah.
I was like, took it right out from underneath me. But, no, I'm happy for him.
Maybe one day we'll introduce the co-player of the game.
Hopefully.
Couple of big days.
Oh, yeah.
And at the end of the day, hopefully everything stands. But to our knowledge and to what seems fair, it should. Here's Fort. He is 0 for 2, was hit by a pitch in the 3rd. Big hack and a miss, and he falls behind 0-2.
Yeah, he's been a big guy for us this year, and unfortunately, I think after this series or the next one is we're losing him.
Yeah, losing quite a few guys. You lose Fort, Nick Work, Tyler Russ is gone after this series.
Gio is leaving, I think, after the next one.
Losing a lot of big bats and big arms.
Yeah, we're getting, I think De Los Santos is coming in, which is going to be nice. That's going to be another arm to add to our starting roster. But other than that, I don't know who else is coming back.
I think there's a few other names on the roster that we haven't met yet, but
there's so many guys, it's hard keeping track anymore.
it's the beauty of summer ball.
Yeah.
1-2 on Fort. Upstairs, 2-2. But it's also hard because you get to know these guys over the span of a month, and all of a sudden they're gone, either back to college or, in Tyler's case, getting ready to fly jets for the Air Force.
I feel like that's a pretty good excuse to leave early, though.
That's all right, I guess. But when you look at this first series against Hastings compared to now, obviously the roster's completely different. The scoreboard looks completely different right now. But has there been anything else that has really stood out to you that's been different from that first series to this one?
I feel like confidence, and as well as getting to know everyone and playing with each other a little bit longer. I know that first series we had against them, we only met each other for 2 hours the day before, hopped on a bus and went and played with each other the next day. That makes it a little bit difficult to jump into games that fast without knowing guys, without knowing how people play. But now that we're getting later into the season here, and even though with new guys coming in, I feel like we're all just playing a little more together instead of trying to figure each other out, which has been really helpful.
Mooser came up a couple of innings ago and said just the camaraderie is what's really brought everything together these last few weeks.
Oh, yeah.
We say it over and over again. The offense, the pitching, the bullpen, the starters, everything just seemed to mesh together. And the overall consensus is that the camaraderie between everybody is the reason why all that's happening now.
Oh, definitely. That is having a big play in all of it.
Here's Ben Foyer with 2 on and 2 down in the bottom of the 6th, 11-3 ball game. Ethan Foley delivers, and he misses. Nick, work on deck if we get there.
We should. Ben's been swinging a hot stick.
1-1. Strike on the outside corner, and he falls behind 1-2. Bowman on second, Fort on first. The 1-2. Upstairs. Fans still rowdy at this hour of the night.
Fans are rowdy. We're rowdy. It's going to be a great rest of the game.
Game is nearly 3 hours old after the rain delay. The 2-2. Away. Actually, I guess we didn't really get started until 6:55, right?
Yep.
So I guess we're still only 2.5 hours in.
Yeah, 6:55 start time. It was testing me. It really was.
Glad it worked out.
Me too.
Full count, 2 down the pitch. Fouled away. Good AB here from Ben. Runners will be off on the pitch. (11-3) ball game. 10 hits for the Squatch tonight. The 3-2. Runners take off, and it's fouled away again. Foyer battling up there. And when you're, Caleb, you've been in a lot of these situations where maybe you have to battle someone who's getting you deep into a count.
Yep.
What do you have to do to bear down and get the job done?
Honestly, just like you said, they're bear down. I mean, if you're fighting a guy like that, it's causes a lot of, you might doubt yourself out there a little bit, but you got to dig deep into yourself and realize that, all right, I'm better than this guy, and you can go out there and do it. I feel like they do the same thing with hitters towards the pitcher. So
3-2 runners take off, and it's inside for ball 4, and the bases are juiced for Nick Work.
Someone's trying to get that 10 grand tonight.
Official attendance tonight is 531. And if Nick Work gets a hold of one of those 531 people is going to go home very, very happy.
Should have put my name in tonight. Should be me.
You still got time.
I know.
First pitch to Work. Inside.
As much as the 10K would be nice, got to give it to someone else.
He's just one for the fans.
Yep.
He's a people pleaser.
Try to be.
1-0. Upstairs for ball 2.
Wouldn't complain about a walk here either, though. Bring up Lucas, who could definitely put one out for us.
Everyone on the edge of their seat here. The 2-0. Inside. Oh, it got him. Got him on the front elbow. Brings in a run.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
Bowman crosses home plate. Fort moves to third. Foyer moves to second. And we're back to the top of the order in Lucas Torelli. And that's going to draw head coach Josh Printer out of the dugout. Talk things over with Ethan Foley. And it looks like Foley's night is done. Bases juiced, 2 down. We'll introduce the new pitcher when we come back. 11-3 Squatch. Don't go anywhere. (12-3 Squatch. Bases juiced, 2 down for Lucas Torelli. He'll face the new pitcher for the Sodbusters, the 6-foot freshman from Mustang, Oklahoma, Graham Hilton. First pitch to Torelli is upstairs for a ball. He's 2 for 4 today with a couple of doubles and 2 runs. The 1-0. Inside, ball 2.
Let's walk in that 3rd run there. The 4th run, I guess, is inning.
In a 12-3 ball game in the bottom of the 6th, that started off with a lot of theatrics. The 2-0. Breaking ball misses way high, ball 3. And Torelli's taking all the way here. He might not even move his bat off his shoulder. 3-0. Upstairs, ball 4. Walks in the 4th run of the inning. And the Squatch lead it 13-3. Who is on deck? There he is. It's Carson Rather. Fort comes in to score. Foyer moves to 3rd. Torelli to 1st. I might have gotten ahead of myself there. Yep, no, it's Foyer at 3rd. Yeah, and Work at 2nd, my fault. Big hack there from Carson Rather. And this is his 2nd at-bat of the inning. That's why I've got myself confused here on the scorebook. There we go. We're all caught up. You guys do that, and it screws me up. I don't know where to go.
Yeah, it's good baseball by us.
It is. Inside for a ball, evens the count 1-1.
If you're seeing the guy for a second time, that's perfect for us.
Well, I guess this is his first time seeing Hilton because got the other guy out of there.
Yep.
But if you're seeing a batter for a second time, that's a good thing for us. Big hack and a miss, looking to clear the bases. It's 1-2.
Just trying to give someone that 10K.
He's been hot tonight. 4 free bases. So he's 0 for 0. Good stop by Greaves behind the dish. And he's going to take a moment to shake that one off. Two and two with 2 down in a 10-run ball game. Hilton trying to give his team a chance by limiting the damage. 2-2. Misses low. Full count.
Yeah, he wasn't giving many of those to me either tonight. He doesn't like the low one. I'm not complaining about it, though.
3-2. Runners take off. Big hack and a miss, and he goes down swinging. And Hilton leaves them loaded. But the Squatch score 4 and lead it 13-3 as we head to the 7th. Coming out of the bullpen is Aiden Brothers, and Justice Scott is going to make sure that everybody has him on the lineup card.
Yeah, and I think it's time for me to head down there. 7th inning, we're up by 10. I should probably be down there with their teammates. But
absolutely.
I appreciate it tonight.
Yes, thank you, Caleb, and a great start again by you. Good stuff tonight.
Thank you.
All right, appreciate you, and we're gonna stay here. Yep, Cooper, our intern, and it looks like Eli and a bunch of the mascots are gonna be in the tug of war against kids. So we've got 4 mascots down there against like 10 kids. Oh, and 2 of the mascots just gave up, and the kids win the tug of war battle pretty handily. Thanks again, Caleb. So the kids are 2-0 in the tug of war battle this summer. They beat Seth Nelson last time we were home. This time they beat the gang of mascots. 13-3, the Squatch lead it. Headed to the top of the 7th. Don't go anywhere. New pitcher for the Squatch is the 6'1 redshirt junior from Gridley, California, Aiden Bob Brothers, making his 6th appearance of the year. He threw on, that would be Sunday, against the Oahe Zap, went 2/3 of an inning, faced 3, allowed 1 hit, and picked up a strikeout. Ahead in the count 0-2 on the leadoff hitter for the Sodbusters, who's upstairs. Lead things off is Christian Loera. And if you missed the last inning or are just joining us, I'll tell you here in a second. Flip to right field. It's down for a base hit. Loera rounds first hard, but will hold up there. And it's a leadoff single. If you're just joining us, it's been an eventful night. of course, the scoreboard reads that the Sasquatch have been hitting the ball well. 3 home runs, 2 for Jordan Bowman, 1 for Kyle Finn. That's his 5th of the year. Caleb Hoppy, a big bounce-back night on the mound. But it could all be for naught if anything funky happens the next couple of days. Because before the bottom of the 6th, the Hastings Sodbusters came out trying to end the game and forfeit it, or make Spearfish forfeit the game, because Tyler Russ, who pitched this 6th inning, was not on their lineup card. He was on everybody else's lineup cards but the one that the Sodbusters had. So they brought it to the attention of the umpires. They left the field.
Multiple times.
Went to the storage closet, apparently, and hopped on the phone. And a big strikeout for Aiden Brothers. And there's out number 1.
But yeah, multiple storage closet visits, kind of like that middle school gossip type environment, but very weird. I mean, we had a rain delay at the beginning. First pitch started at 6:55 instead of 6:05, so almost an hour later, and then probably 15 to 30 minutes in between there, and that delay in the 6th inning somewhere around there, and just some weird rules going on.
Chopper to short for, picks it up, flips it to second. The relay to first is dug out by Finn, and in time to end the ball game. 6-4-3, and the Squatch win it, 13-3.
Yeah, that'll do it. That will do it.
And a little extra oomph at the end.
AJ, what a game. What a weird game.
Weird game. And as of right now, a 13-3 winner. And the Squatch pull within 1 game of first place. Hastings will probably try and fight it, but if our understanding of the rules are correct, and quite frankly, the right thing that should happen is the Squatch win it 13-3.
But the weird part, right, is even if they do contest it, I mean, it's 13-3. You know, you contest. I guess I understand rules. You know, I mean, rules are put in place for a reason, but it seems a little bit. I mean, Caleb kind of mentioned it seems a bit soft at times to kind of go about it that way when you're losing by that much. And of course, Tyler comes in and pitches a gem. I guarantee you, if Tyler came in and gave up 2 runs, they wouldn't want to forfeit.
Nope.
They wouldn't care. You know, so. I'm not trying to throw judgment around here or there, but I think there's definitely some speculation over like the circumstances of that challenge right there.
And especially with how big this series is. Again,
100%.
The Squatch with this win move within 1 game of first place.
Right.
Hastings trying to hold on and get an automatic bid into the playoffs. Again, Independence League baseball rules are to get in the playoffs, it's the winner of the first half and the winner of the second half.
Right.
And we can get into the reasoning for all that later, but ultimately this series is massive because if the Sasquatch take the series, they take over first place. And it's a 4-game series, so they could split and be dead even by the end of this, and then it comes down to those final few games for Spearfish against Nebraska. Not quite sure who Hastings has. But again, this series has a ton of playoff implications. It's summer ball, but still everybody wants to win. So we'll see what happens, but as of right now, a 13-3 winner. Jordan Bowman is your player of the game, and rightfully so. 2 home runs and a double. Let me look up how many RBIs and runs he had real quick.
Yeah. Before
we go to break and wait for our coach that'll be joining us here in a little bit for the post-game show.
Yeah, some great stuff from Bowman tonight. And, you know, Hoppy obviously had a great start as well, so both 2 candidates. But they both kind of have talked about each other in similar senses, saying, okay, you need to be a bounce-back game. I think it was it Mooser maybe that was talking about how Bowman was saying, this is going to be my game. This will be my bounce-back game. Of course, he has 2 home runs and just kills it there, so good job for him.
Final stat line for Bowman, 3 for 4 with 3 runs and 4 RBIs. And he is your player of the game. Don't go anywhere, though. We'll have one of the assistant coaches come up and join us and maybe clear up some of the questions we have about rulings and things like that and get us ready for tomorrow's doubleheader. Welcome up into the press box for the postgame show. I'm A.J. Reister, now joined by pitching coach Octavio Sanchez. Octo, we'll ask about the ruling here in a little bit, but first, a 10-run rule game, 13-3 against the Sodbusters, who swept you guys to open up this season. What was different about tonight compared to that first series?
The pitching, I'd say, is for sure a starter. That first series of the year, guys were getting their feet wet, had a little bit of nerves, and, had a tough time finding the zone. And we've cleaned that up, and then obviously the offense has caught fire here recently. And, we're a different team. They're a different team also, and, everything worked today for us.
A couple of newcomers made some big impacts, including Kyle Finn, his 5th home run of the season. But a guy that's been here since day one, Jordan Bowman, really has a breakthrough game with 2 home runs and a double. What was it like to see him kind of break through that slump that he was in?
Oh, it puts a huge smile on my face and everybody in that dugout. He's been pressing a little bit, trying to do a little too much, and I think today was a huge breakthrough for him, and hopefully that gets him going.
Caleb Hoppy, a great bounce-back start for him as well. Eats up 4 1/3. Again, what was going well for Caleb in that game that you saw from the dugout?
He was just pounding the zone, trusting the stuff, trusting his defense. I went out there and had a mound visit with him and, told him, hey, your stuff's good, trust it, let the guys work behind you. And Kwapnowski out in right field has crazy play right after. So.
One of the greatest catches I think I've ever seen.
So, I told him the truth.
Yeah.
So, he did a great job, and we've been working on the side, getting some bullpens in, trying to fine-tune some things to get him more in the zone, and that was a big step for him.
All right, now let's get into the question that everyone's asking. Yep. That little kerfuffle before the bottom of the 6th. From what we've heard, it was because Tyler wasn't on the scorecard that Hastings was given. Ultimately, you guys decided to play on, and if Hastings wants to put in a complaint, they can later on. But what was your viewpoint of the whole thing?
It was a mistake on our end, and it's tough. It's summer baseball. You got a whole bunch of guys in that dugout, and that happens from occasion to occasion. We would have liked a little courtesy on that. Hey, the guy's in, and he's not in your scorecard, and whatever. The game spoke for itself. So.
Yep, 13-3 the final. We'll see what happens the next coming days, but at the end of the day, it's the 13th win of the season for you guys. Move within a game of first place. I know you're focused on the games, but do you take a peek at the standings every once in a while?
Yeah, I think we're well aware. It's a good motivation for the dugout. We have a goal in sight and in reach, really. And now it's just about handling our business on the field and getting it.
Got a doubleheader tomorrow to make up that rain delay from the beginning of the year. What should we expect tomorrow?
Tristan's got the ball. Tristan Aguadal has got the ball in game 1, and we expect him to be great, and Will Fury's got game 2, so it starts with those 2 guys. If they can command the zone, and give us some clean innings, we trust that back end. I like to call it a 3-headed monster back there. So hopefully they can bridge us to those guys, and especially in a 7-inning game, it'll be a little easier to do so. So, we're riding them tomorrow. So
sounds like a couple of good arms to ride in those 2 games. Awesome. Thanks for your time, Octo.
Thank you, guys.
Congratulations on another win. Let's get a couple more tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right. Don't go anywhere. We'll wrap up the post-game show right after this.
Go.
13-3 the final here from beautiful Spearfish, South Dakota. As we talked about in the game and with Octo, really weird bottom of the sixth with the whole ruling, but ultimately the consensus is the right thing happened, and Octo told us when he went off air that the first base umpire said that it'd be pretty tough for Hastings to win if they put in a complaint, it'd be tough for them to win that complaint. So we'll see what happens in the coming days. We don't really know when we would get an answer if they do put in a complaint.
Right.
But, again, ultimately the consensus is this is what was supposed to happen, a 13-3 run rule winner for the Sasquatch. They move a game within the Busters of that first place spot in the league. Got 2 tomorrow, but let's finish up with the game tonight. A whole lot of action across the board. Great pitching from Hoppy. Great pitching from Tyler Russ, even if it wasn't supposed to happen.
Even if it's void,
Yeah, exactly. And just a great job by the offense, of course. Bowman hit a couple home runs. Finn got his 5th. Quap had a big base hit. There's a lot of big base hits all the way around. I think almost everybody got on base at least once. And, again, we say it night in and night out, but it's so true. Everything is clicking right now for the Sasquatch. It sucks that there's going to be some guys leaving here in a few days.
Right.
But let's enjoy it while it lasts. Try and get that playoff berth. Let's get your thoughts on tonight's game. You saw the whole thing. You were helping relay information.
Yeah.
What did you see from tonight that really kicked off this series on the right note for the Squatch?
I think the intensity they brought from the very first pitch.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, you watch these guys slap down, 6 runs in the first couple innings?
Yeah.
Amazing. Right? Bowman's got 2 home runs. We saw another home run from Finn, didn't we?
Yep.
You know, I mean, here's guys who are just like slapping the ball over the fence like it's nothing. It's cake. It's awesome. I love the multiple base hits. You know, you've got 2 doubles there from Torelli, 1 from Sam. I think Rather had a nice base hit right over the shortstop's head.
Yep.
Popped one out there. So they're hitting the ball hard. Man, these are not bloopers.
Nope.
Which is funny because, the first series against Hastings, they were having a lot of bloopers. And the broadcasters out there were making some pretty clear points that, they weren't hitting the ball very hard. And I don't know if the players were listening or not, or inherently listening. But the point is they came here and they smacked the absolute fluff out of the ball, for lack of better terms. Yeah, they're hitting it hard, and you're right. They're clicking well. I've said it over and over again. I could say it again. They're really having fun, you know. And, again, you mentioned it just a second before we came on the broadcast. Tyler loves it, obviously. He's very happy about it. Caleb had a great start. He got the win there. But, yeah, I mean, this team looks like they really enjoy playing together. And you're right. Chemistry, unfortunately, might get mixed up a little bit. And there's Samson, the Sasquatch right there. Big supporter of us, and we are of him. But,
of course.
Yeah. There's my jumble of TED Talk speech. But back to back, yeah, just a great day of baseball. You know, I mean, delays are never fun. You know, a rain delay kind of puts a damper on your, I wouldn't say spirit, but maybe on your mobility. I mean, you get ready for the game, and all of a sudden you're sitting down for 45 minutes. It's not good for anybody.
No.
You know, and then all of a sudden you have another 30-minute delay. I'm sure the pitcher for Hastings wasn't super happy because he still had to pitch, and then the Sasquatch weren't very happy because they still had to. You know, so there's this whole revolving door of unhappiness when there's delays, and I think everybody was a little bit, I don't know, a little bit uptight, I think, about it. Both coaches, honestly. I mean, Hastings for the fact that he wanted to almost appeal that during the game, and I think for Justice Scott and the rest of the Sasquatch crew that were kind of like, all right, we're up by 9 runs.
Yeah.
You know?
What are we doing?
You know,
end of the day. At the end of the day, it's a 13-3 winner. And,
yeah, it is.
Again, we'll wait for the contest to come in from Hastings, but ultimately the Squatch get this one 13-3. We'll be back tomorrow night. First game is 3:35 p.m.
Yep.
We'll be live, of course, on YouTube, but make sure you come out to the ballpark. Tristan Agadal is pitching. And if you haven't seen Tristan pitch, it is next level. He pitches for South Dakota State. What is he, 6'7", 6'8"?
6'7", 6'8", yeah.
He's tall.
Unreal.
Throws from over the top, throws 90+.
Yep.
He had 12, 13 strikeouts his last time out against Oahe. And then you got Will Furry pitching game 2.
Awesome.
He's looking for a big bounce-back game as well. He's been phenomenal. A good buddy of BY and Gio. All of them play at Capitol. So a couple of great pitchers going tomorrow. Best offense in the league right now. One of the best hitters in all of college baseball right now in terms of Summer League, and Kyle Finn.
Yep.
It's a fun team to watch. So if you can't, of course, make it out to the ballpark. If you can't, we'll be live on YouTube. But it should be a fun one. Depending on how things happen, the Squatch could end tomorrow and go to sleep with in first place in the Independence League. So we'll see what happens.
They could.
It'll be a big day, though, so get out to the ballpark. But from all of us here at Spearfish, my partner Aiden Wirtz, I'm AJ Reister, 13-3, the final here from Black Hills Energy Stadium, and we wish you all a beautiful good night.